down a sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Bruh. He just dropped. Oh my.
Mag's empty.
Freedom, triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The citizens of this city will thank you.
Do you wanna play?
You're here. The galaxy awaits your salvation. The city is freed. A successful operation. Liberty rings true this day.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Launch initiated.
Objective located. Southwest, 50 meters. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry.
Their lives were in our hands.
location.
You serious?
Democracy delivered.
Tagging map. Southeast. Close. For proximity! Requesting air support. I need supplies! Found something!
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Heavy. Thank you! Box. West.
I need supplies! Throwing supply beacon! Sending out an SOS. Calling down. Requesting sentry. Tagging location.
Requesting sentry. Sending in an eagle. Say hello to democracy!
Outpost destroyed.
Affirmative!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Backpack inbound.
Fuck.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Reporting to the front.
Orbital inbound.
Reloading! Get! Requesting sentry. Reloading. Marking location. Never mind. Have a taste.
Follow me. Requesting orbital.
Outpost destroyed.
Sending an eagle.
Requesting orbital.
Do that. Fix this Liberty duck taken over. Thank you. I'm on it.
Calling down a sentry. Bug outpost. Outpost cleared.
Calling down a sentry.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Tagging up.
Calling down a support weapon.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Bugs. Requesting sentry. Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Do that.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Requesting orbital.
Pelican 1 landing in progress. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted. You leave a more free city than you found.
Helldiver, glad to have you on board.
The galactic war awaits.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Pry this city from the enemy's grasp.
Calling down fortifications.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down fortifications.
Orbital incoming. Freedom requires firepower.
Thank you for helping us, Helldiver.
We're here to support, Helldiver.
Their lives were in our hands.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting fortifications. Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications.
Calling down a sentry.
Price of freedom!
Requesting sentry.
Freedom requires firepower.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry. Throwing supply beacon.
Calling down a sentry.
fortifications. Calling down fortifications.
Here they come. About time.
Got a sample.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a sentry.
Helldivers are fighting alongside us.
Requesting fortifications.
Feed the
Reinforcing.
flames of justice!
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
Calling down a sentry!
Soldiers, attention! Requesting advanced weaponry.
Ready to dispense democracy!
Requesting sentry.
First Super Earth! You're my hero! No retreat, no surrender! Manage democracy for all!
Calling down fortifications.
Get down! Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting fortifications.
Real democracy, warm embrace!
Control your breathing.
Help! We can't lose!
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Those that hurt. Freedom! Over there! Say hello to democracy!
Calling down fortifications. Calling down a sentry. Requesting fortifications. Calling down a support weapon.
Watch out for us! Moving!
High Command has answered our needs. Requesting sentry. Democracy binds us.
Requesting sentry!
Hey!
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Requesting fortifications. Calling down fortifications.
Manage democracy in action.
Requesting fortifications.
Stay dead, scum. All set.
Requesting air support.
In their head.
Calling in reinforcement. Contact! Stand by!
Reporting to the front. Pleasure to watch you work, Helldivers.
Calling down a sentry.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Calling down fortifications.
Our way of life is why we fight.
Thankful you're on our side, Helldiver.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a support weapon.
Feed the flames of justice!
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting fortifications. Calling down fortifications.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Loud!
Dead enemy. Best thing I've seen all day. Helldivers are fighting alongside me. Calling down supply. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Weapon emplacement on
Calling
its
down
way.
a support weapon.
Calling down fortifications.
Sending down fortification.
Orbital impact.
Hostiles in my sight. Give them everything you got. Should have stayed home, scum.
Where did that come from?
Defense.
Hey, just like in the movie.
Requesting sentry.
Man, I wish I could shoot like that.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting fortifications. Calling down fortifications.
Get down! Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
land.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty has seen you through.
You will sometimes encounter directly
Without more samples, this ship will continue to operate at sub-optimal effectiveness.
Greetings, Helldiver. The Galactic Wolf.
parallel to the...
Welcome to Spotlight, everybody. This is a very special Spotlight, and we're going to be covering how to survive World War III. So this is a big deal. So I have to go through a lot of stuff today, but first I have to tell you how we're restructuring things. This is a brand new time for the world. So I will explain, but first I want to say, for those people who have been following our work at Farsight, it's worth it. Now, we have had a lot of forecasts for the future. And a lot of people, just say, we got something wrong because it didn't happen on a specific day or whatever. And I've always told you, time is difficult with remote viewing, identifying. But with remote viewing, you only can get, events. So when we did the post-election, the 2024 post-election aftermath, we got a lot of stuff of rioting in the streets, National Guards in the streets, a lot of disruption going on. And, we try to ballpark it in terms of the first few months, but, it's the timing is not the same as the event. The event is what is the consequence of the 2024 election. And, now it's June, and you're starting to see all of the results that we had for the 2024 election aftermath starting to happen. We've got the National Guard in Los Angeles. We've got rioting in the streets, and all evidence seems to suggest this is just the beginning. So if you just look at the stuff we had for the 2024 post-election aftermath, it took a few months, a little longer, but what are you complaining about? We got it right. We got it right. Now, we've also been having a lot of forecasts, and if you look at that project, the post-election 2024 aftermath, there's a lot of other stuff, and so we're expecting all that stuff to happen. It's happening in the streets right now, but it's going to spread. And now have a lot of information that we published in our deep news stuff, and regarding, for example, actually mysteries as well as deep news stuff, but regarding the Ukraine stuff and the war. And a lot of our results seem to suggest that the war is going to spread outside of Ukraine and go into Western Europe. I'm going to be talking about that in a bit, but it looks imminent, like that is going to happen. And then we also have stuff about the Middle East, stuff dealing with Iran, dealing with Israel, dealing with the United States, dealing with the Middle East. And we're on the actual cusp of that stuff happening as well. So this is what we're doing. All of those projects were funded by our subscribers on FarsightPrime.com. Every single one, they paid for those projects because we have to pay our viewers and the whole thing. What we're going to be doing now is we're going to be releasing, we've stored up a whole bunch of new stuff relating to Iran, Ukraine, the wars, the expansion into Europe, everything. And we haven't published all of that because every time we publish it, people say, okay, it's been a week now and nothing's happened. And it's so ridiculous. So we held off on a lot of stuff so that we can get two things in line. We wanted to get the events so that they looked like they were more near term, and then we'd release it so that when people see it, they'll say, oh, I see what's going on. If you have nearsighted glasses on all the time, and if it doesn't happen within a few weeks, you say, they were all screwed up, they didn't do anything right. And, it's hard for us as remote viewers to put up with all that, with everybody sort of downing us when in fact we're getting the stuff right. Just people have their own idea about, the timing and stuff like that. You announce something's going to happen, and like when we did the ET stuff, the ET board meeting, the ETs, when we had our board meeting on November 13th, 2024, they told us exactly that the ships would start showing up in massive numbers in just a few days. And we published that video on the 15th, and on the 18th, the so-called drones, they were not drones, they were spaceships, but the so-called drones exploded all over the world, not just on the East Coast, but everywhere. And the U.S. government has come up with ridiculous things ever since. They first said it was an Iranian mothership using a Chinese tech. That lasted 2 hours before they pulled that one. And then about a week or so later, they came up with a new one saying it was a Chinese mothership that was putting. That didn't last very long either, although it did get some traction on the Sean Ryan podcast, which is a serious podcast. And then that went away. And then Donald Trump announced that they were just all FAA-approved experimental aircraft, which nobody believed because they were flying all over the world. They weren't just East Coast New Jersey. So, and Donald Trump was actually not going to certain events in the country because of the so-called drones were all over the place. They couldn't guarantee his safety because they were flying all over the place. If they were FAA experimental aircraft, do you think that would have happened? So, FAA approved. So, nothing that the government has said is accurate about that. But that was the only time he gave us a specific date, and bang, it happened. After that, they said the next thing is big ships. We're going to come with big ships. And then everybody said, okay, if they're not there within a week or two, Courtney and Farsight's lying. Well, they never told us the date, but they did say the next big thing is big. The next major thing is big ships. But also, in the months after that, I explained that each monthly message we got was one thing extra: the need to communicate, how humans should try to start communicating when the ships happen. One thing after the next, and finally they explained to us that they sent all those massive tens of thousands of drones out in order to prove to people that it didn't matter showing up with the ships. The controllers have complete control of the information control system, so it didn't matter. It did not matter. Something else is needed. The information control system itself has to come down. And that's where we're headed right now. We're heading towards the collapse of the information control system. And so, that's what we're really talking about today. So we have these Farsight projects and the deep news stuff. We're going to start putting out a lot, but we're going to stagger everything. So from now on, all of the stuff that we're going to be coming out goes out first on FarsightPrime.com. Those people paid for these projects, they get them first. They all come out there. And a week later, then we'll put out the deep news for everybody on YouTube and so on like that. So if you want, and some of the stuff is going to be very time sensitive, so it's really good. So if you're a subscriber for FarsightPrime.com, you're getting your money's worth. You get everything first, including this video itself, Spotlight. We're going to put up the beginning of this Spotlight on YouTube for free for people to see, so they know the new structure. But basically, everything is going to be coming out on FarsightPrime.com first, and then like the deep news and stuff, the stuff we've been holding back because we've been waiting for things to get ready to happen, and now it looks like they're getting ready to happen. So we're going to give all of our subscribers that first, and then we're going to release the deep news and things like that on Farsight YouTube channel a week later. All right, but if you're here right now in the live stream, you're getting it live and you get the whole thing. But after that, it's going to be the permanent recording goes up on FarsightPrime.com. Okay, and then a week later, we'll put the permanent recording up on YouTube. All right, now, so that is with regard to our stuff that we've had. We've got a huge number of massive hits. We rarely missed anything, but the timing is not always exactly what we expect. But that's the way remote viewing is. It only goes after events. You can't say what's going to happen in November on the 15th. You can't do that. You're going after events, and then those events come through, and you're ballparking it. You use normal forensic stuff to try to figure out the date it is. And so we as remote viewers, we're talking all the time. We're looking at things that are happening in the world and saying, hey, does it look like something's going to happen? Is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? When? We're trying to figure out the dates as well. When we know that we know what's going to happen, but getting the exact date is hard. So we have to use normal forensic stuff to sort of figure that stuff out. All right, and it's not that time is fuzzy. It's just that the remote viewing and time, as we understand it, is just a number, and you don't get a number from remote viewing. You get an event. Something happens. So that's it. All right. Now, there's real good reasons to believe that we are on the edge of World War III. Now, first, for those of you who say, Courtney, you're just being, hyperbolic here. I mean, why don't you just calm down, chill out, have a margarita and go to the beach. I don't drink anyway. But let's go to the European Union. Now, Ursula von der Leyen, I hope I pronounced her name right. She's president of the European Commission. She is essentially the leader of all of Europe. She's head of the European Union. Consider her that she is the president of the European Commission. That means she's president of Europe. Each country has their own governance, but the government for all of Europe got a president, and her name is Ursula von der Leyen. That's L-E-Y-E-N. Now, this is her talking, okay? She has been repeatedly saying this ever since the war with Russia and Ukraine has been going on, and she's emphasizing it more and more. And she's formerly a conservative German politician. She's not someone who is trying to get YouTube videos higher ratings. She's not trying to scare people. Her job is simply to tell people the truth. And she is now saying, she's emphasized the need, and I'm getting this from Google AI. So if you Google it, this is what I got. Has emphasized the need for European Union citizens to have enough food, water, and essential items to last at least 3 days, which is 72 hours, in case of a crisis. And this recommendation, this is a formal recommendation. It's been going on for months now. This is not like yesterday. This recommendation, actually it's like almost a year, maybe a year and a half it started. This recommendation is part of the European Union's new Preparedness Union Strategy. And here's the key, that's a formal document. So here's the key points. New preparedness. Von der Leyen stated that new realities require a new level of preparedness, highlighting the changing security landscape in Europe. 72-hour self-sufficiency. The European Union recommends that the European Union citizens be self-sufficient with essential supplies for a minimum of 72 hours in emergencies. And this advice is included in the European Union's Preparedness Union Strategy. This is a formal document which addresses a range of threats including cyber attacks, climate change, disease, and potential armed aggression. Beyond food and water, this is still from Google AI, while food and water are crucial, the strategy, this is the European Union's formal strategy, also recommends preparing a survival kit that includes items like torches, matches, radios, identification papers, and phone chargers. Then, learning from crisis. The strategy reflects the lessons learned from the past events such as the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's actions in Ukraine, and emphasizes the need for proactive preparedness. Focus on citizen preparedness. The strategy encourages the public to take practical measures to prepare for crises. Ensuring essential services. The strategy also focuses on maintaining essential services such as healthcare and drinking water in emergencies. Okay, so we're going to start at that as a basis. Now that's the President of the European Union talking. She's not going to try to rattle your cage. That's a very low-key, conservative, minimal statement. She's not going to, say, the sky is falling, scream, try to rattle people that way. But the very fact that she's saying that much tells you, put two and two together, there's a lot more she's working with. And this totally really happened as a result of the Ukraine war. That's really how it all started. It really wasn't the COVID-19 thing, it was the Ukraine war that sort of triggered this. And it was either a year and a half or 2 years ago she started talking like this. Okay, so we're going to be going over the basic stuff for
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
but let me go through some of the elements that would suggest that World War II is a real possibility.
Another sweeping victory.
Folks, let's put two and two together. Ukraine has lost this war. They can't beat Russia. They are killing so many more Russians than the Ukrainians are losing, but the Ukrainian population is small relative to Russia. Russia's losing the battle on the battlefield with regard to number of deaths, but they're just pumping more and more people out there to fight. And the Ukrainians can't win, and they're losing territory, and they're losing people, and the Ukrainians don't have enough people. So President Zelensky knows that this is a lost war unless NATO and the United States can be inserted into the war to fight Russia directly. That's the only way. So NATO's and United States is being pulled into it. Ukraine's total operations are get the United...
I learned from a dear friend, Bob Hovenden, that you can have anything you want in life, but you cannot have everything you want in life. What that means is you have to make the choices that are going to bring into your life things that are truly important. Let's talk about living intentionally. Let's talk about keeping track of where you really are and where you really want to be. So before I take one more step, let me address something you're going to bust my chops with, or some of you will, and I don't blame you.
Not to mention, unavoidable.
Because I grew up with a stable dad in the home. Now, we lived at the poverty line for most of my childhood. There was no money, but there were two parents. Not perfect, but steady. Contrast that with a staggering statistic that 1 in 4 children in the United States right now are growing up without a dad, without an adoptive dad, without a stepdad in the home. No father figure in the home. 17.5 million is twice the population of New York City and 4 times the population of Los Angeles. That should strike fear, or at least sorrow, into every heart. And if you're one of those unfortunate young people, I want you to understand that regardless of not having the jump start of a dad in the home, if you can learn to live intentionally, that is, keeping track of what's really going on, not just what you're distracted by, you can change your stars. So let me throw down something that just because I say it doesn't mean I've mastered it. And it's this: figuring out what you really want. Not what you think you want, not what you want right now, but what you really want the outcome of your life to include. Because at the end of your days, and I'm 67, so I'm getting there, it's easier to think about, gosh, is this where I thought I would end up? The answer is always no. But the second question is this in many ways better than where I thought I was going to end up? And with any luck at all, some part of that answer will be yes. But that's not going to happen accidentally. Now, whether we call this setting goals or writing a reminder on a piece of paper on the bathroom mirror, or asking a good friend, ideally your wife, to remind you from time to time of what it is that I'm even shooting for, you have to have some mechanism for reminding yourself of your truly fundamental values, the thing which, if you had to choose, would always be the hill you'll die on. So wherever you're at, whether you're 19, 17, 37, or in my case, 67, whatever time you have left is all you have to invest in where you want to end up. For me, I'll be lucky if I have 10 years. For you, maybe you've got 60 years, but that's not enough time to squander any of it. I think the way for me to avoid wasting my time, and maybe the way for you to avoid wasting your time, is to fixate on the person you want to be when your time's done. How do you want to be remembered? Not because you want to be remembered that way, but because you want to be that person. Now, it is a mistake that I feel myself having made from time to time. Kelly's good at reminding me that it's not the way forward. When I think, why is it not easier? Well, if it's easier, all I do is soften. If you rest, you rust. If you take a board and drop it on the ground and forget it, where it's comfortable, when you come back 3 or 4 years later, it's going to be rotten. But if you keep that board in the shop and you cut it and you grind it and you sand it and you drill it and you mortise and tenon, you're going to end up with something worthwhile out of that board. The people that I have watched accept the struggle. As Peterson says, pick up the heaviest weight they can and walk straight uphill with it, are the people who, at the end of their run, became what they were hoping to become. Now, that's not the same thing as having had the career that they wanted, or having made the money that they thought they should make, or having experienced the worldly success that was held out as the carrot when they were maybe your age, maybe 20. But let me tell you this, the people who have dedicated themselves to acquisition and climbing the corporate ladder and shattering the glass ceiling at the end of the day are so pleased with their career and are not typically, when they look in the mirror, all that comfortable with the person they've become, or at least the number of people who miss them when...
We don't have those terrible tower defense features. It's even better, so it's like maybe a plain experience a bit, but it's working way better in my opinion.
Hello, and welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to talk about why modern engines seem to be so unreliable. That goes for petrol and diesel. In my view, there are some very specific reasons for this. If we rewind back to, say, the year 2000, up until about 2010, this is what I'd call the golden era for engine reliability. This was the era that, if we use Honda as an example, they gave us the legend.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Upon which Liberty's invaders will be skewered.
Sending down sentry.
Requesting sentry.
sentry! Freedom spreads yet further. Extract when ready.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry! Calling down a sentry!
Marking location. Calling down a sentry. Sentry. Requesting air support.
What the fuck?
Helldivers never die. Down a walker. No mag.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Bugs, east. Found something!
sentry.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
New mag. Say hello to democracy! Still good! Fire in the hole!
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Throwing grenade!
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Requesting sentry.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
You will never destroy our way of life!
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Victory was never in doubt.
Oh, I missed like 2 fucking...
Cameron since 10. Thoughts on the MMO online communities and
MMO online communities?
Yeah.
Listen, if your life is so bad, by all means get into an MMO community.
Well
but
done.
all the
Lots of
socializing,
enemies killed,
and I was
lots of
gonna make a
samples to help us
I was gonna make a separate
kill
video
even
about this, but
more.
all the socializing is poisonous. You're wasting so much time, and I see it. And it's not just Zoomers on the internet. I see it everywhere. I go into a jiu-jitsu gym, and you know what I want? Jiu-jitsu. Can you hold off on the $10 donations? Let me just get through this part. Yeah. So I go to a jiu-jitsu gym. I shower. I put on my outfit. It takes me only 15 minutes to drive there, but getting to and from the car, that's 5 minutes. This whole thing is a 2-hour ordeal. I get there, and the actual instruction, the actual class, the actual learning is 20 minutes of stuff, if that. You come in, and when you leave, there's the warm-up and the cool-down, and that consists of walking around other guys, socializing. Hey man, you see that Eddie Alvarez fight? You see Matt Poncho? Yeah, oh man, he got him in that armbar. That was incredible, dude. Hold on, I got my Rogan Onnit in my bag. You tried this, dude? Dude, you tried this? It's the new Onnit Black Label, bro. That stuff's serious, yeah. I got a home gym every fucking time! Same thing at the gym. I'm going to lift. I want to put my headphones on. I want to zone out. I want to be in the zone. Hey, man, you see that fight? He blasted him with a right hand, dude. It was amazing. And it's the same fucking thing no matter what you're into, what your interest is. This is fine if you're a woman and you're learning about yoga or vitamins or breastfeeding, and you're a woman and you want to talk to other women because that's how women stir their brain and get off. That's not you. That's another sector. That's another zone. That's out here.
Upon
if you're a
which
man,
anvil shall
if you're a
freedom's
man,
hammer fall, Helldiver?
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Countless High Liberty citizens call this city home. Defend their property.
Requesting fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
Calling down a sentry.
The fuck?
I'm sorry. Here. Out of ammo. Requesting longer. For prosperity! Requesting sentry.
Dropping a pin. North, 100 meters.
Sending in an eagle. Hold position.
Outpost destroyed. have been launched.
Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Front tunnel breach.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe destruction.
New mag. Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Calling down fortifications. Have a taste of democracy! Reloading. Calling down a walker.
You may proceed to extraction when ready. Outpost destroyed.
Tack back inbound.
Requesting air support.
Bag's empty. Objective located. Southwest.
New mag. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry. Say ho to democracy!
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Tagging location. Southwest.
T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting fortification. Get some! Get some!
enforcement budget depleted.
This city will soon be a shining beacon of freedom once more.
At some point, you actually have to fucking do something and stop talking about it, okay? And this is like the #1 time sink for everybody who hits me up, and it's the problem that anytime I'm trying to do something and get roped into some 15-minute conversation about how good this X, Y, and Z was. What was the original question?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
You asking me?
Yeah.
Dude, I have no fucking clue what's going on right now.
The original question, oh, MMO communities.
Yeah, MMO communities.
Okay.
Socializing.
So yeah, socializing online. Oh my god. I know
Aliens are a staple of science.
that it's very hard to find friends. I'm an outgoing person. I'm a popular person. It's taken me a decade. It's taken me my entire adult life to amass the sort of collection of people that I think are worthwhile. That's taken my entire adult life. And I'm like, people reach out to me and want to talk to me. I understand how lonely it can be, how hard it is, how, you know, the wilderness out there. You step outside your mom's house and it's ice cold. It is a bleak nuclear winter. I get that, but you have to monitor what's actually happening when you go on one of these communities, including MDE community, whatever. Yo, even if it's helps me help my daughter based around a positive thing, you just have to monitor where your time is actually going and how meaningful the relationships you're actually building are. That's what I would say. You have to be careful with this online socialization stuff. It's just a time sink. You can resume sending $10 donations.
What are you silly bastards saying? You guys sacrifice bucks. How long did it take to put together How to Bomb?
I think maybe a year and a half or something to get it like typeset and compiled and printed maybe over 2 years, just because there were these various like one phase couldn't begin until the next phase ended, you know?
We got Jay with 20 bucks. Happy holidays, Sam. What are your thoughts on conjoined twins? And what are your thoughts on that delusional twin flame,
Delusional twin flame what? I have no thoughts about that. And it sounds like something that you'd be better off purging from your memory banks.
We got Sweaty Sock with 20 bucks. Another guy with my social anxiety.
Well, it's Sweaty Cock, man. That's why they don't like you. So you're a sweaty cock.
The type of shit where you feel fight or flight when you're about to be called on in class. It feels inescapable tips and tricks.
I think that might be inescapable. Social anxiety, fight or flight when called on in class. I think that is pretty inescapable. Or is it?
Our enemy would turn this city into a
I don't know, man. What did I do? I guess my way, when I had social anxiety, I never had it that bad, but when I had it, I would solve it by lashing out and having a public freak out and like being funny, you know? Which I think worked. People definitely didn't want to like be my friend, but they did want me around, and it was because I would be funny whenever I felt that social anxiety or whatever. But you'll grow out of it. I don't think it's something you need to. A lot of things. Listen, man. A lot of things. I'm 19 years old. How do I do this list of 25 things that are not the main point and are going to solve themselves anyway? Right? Like a lot of problems are like this. They're in this category. Like they're unsolvable, and they take care of themselves in 10 years anyway. So think about 10 years from now, you're gonna be 10 years older. Your social anxiety will probably be, unless you're a fucking freak, in which case you can't be helped anyway. In 10 years, when you're 30, you're not gonna have social anxiety. So just focus on whatever's gonna make your 10-year outlook the best. And don't worry about this shit. Like, is essentially just, it's happening because you have acne and you have hormones kicking around and you're just in a weird spot. If you're in class, fuck being in class. I would never go to class. And if I did go to class, I'd own that bitch. Like if they put me in a class right now, hey, what's up? I'm Sam Hyde. I own this class. If anybody has a fucking problem, just suck. Understand? Teach. Get kicked out immediately. But like what I'm saying is you're in a weird artificial position. You have to go to a class. That fucking sucks. Like, there's nothing normal or cool about going to a class. It fucking sucks. So even if you didn't have social anxiety, you'd have some other thing that's bothering you about the class. So just get the most out of where you are right now. Get the most out of it, and just worry about your 10-year outlook and any problems you have. Think, is this a problem? Am I gonna solve this? Am I gonna watch YouTube videos about social anxiety and mewing and get one of those Jawser size things, and suddenly I'm gonna be an alpha Chad? Or should I just worry about how to be the most self-actualized, richest, well-off, in-shape 30-year-old where I'm gonna be in 10 years anyway, and not waste a bunch of time watching YouTube videos about, yeah, you gotta fake it till you make it, man, charisma, blah, blah, blah. Fuck all that. What else is there?
TV with $20. Got the email this morning about the papers.
More like 20 cocks. Cock! Don't read that guy's comment. Fuck that guy's.
Okay. Oh, we get Justin.
It's yogurt, it's not cum.
Oh, it's sour cream. We get Justin with $20. Sam.
What'd the last guy say? Don't not read his comment. That's very rude.
Got the email this morning about the papers we filed for Chris Sanders confirmed by investment. It's getting exciting.
Boom. Yeah. Okay, big tank time.
Hey, what's going on, Casey? We got full-time alchemist chiming in. He says, "Hey, Nick and Alex, I'm 27, driving a gas tanker in Florida. I got my CDL in 2020, and the first few years over the road has rendered me non-permanent in social situations. I make about $75K currently, but the trade-off is go up to 14-hour night shifts, work through the weekends, and have no life. Any career recommendations for someone who had their social skills sucked away by the road? Or tips on recovering those skills?"
Yeah, man, when you get off a shift, why don't you go have a fucking shift drink? Jesus Christ. There's no... Come on. You're saying those words too well. You know damn well you can sneak out. You're not driving every day, all day. And if you are, you know, there's one of two things could be happening. You could be making more money driving more hours, which could buy your way out of anything, which is my theory. Oh, you don't like me?
Chef's a lot lizard.
Yeah.
Hey, sweetheart, where you going? You going to Missoula?
I get a ride.
Yeah.
Hey, can I get a ride? Yeah, I got little flies on my crotch, so what?
I mean, buddy, you're gonna have to, I mean, look, the drinking alone is the age-old watering, you know, the little watering hole is the ages-old secret. Travel alone, you know, becoming an interesting person, there's nothing wrong with that. Gym, I say this to my single friends all the time. Gym, cooking are the safe ones. Those are the nice boy answers. The bad answers that you might not want to hear, drinking alone at decent dive bars with pool tables isn't the worst place to go meet and fuck a girl. She's not going to be. It's probably the place to go. It's probably, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, look. I'm not talking about, you're not going to go fuck Kate Hudson.
Higher the average BMI.
Yes.
Better your chances.
Yeah, you want to, like, wheezing. Not from you, from her.
Walking from the bar stool.
Yes. Like, this is not a scenario. Listen, you're a truck driver. Okay, I'm a fucking fat slob with red flaky skin. We're not talking about being supermodels. Okay? We're talking about being stinkies. It's okay. We don't have to be embarrassed here. No one in this fucking chat is a fucking supermodel. Not a fucking chance. And if they are, they're awkward as shit. So literally, they're read to the same scale. Go fuck an ugly old slob. Please, God. I cannot tell you how angry. Doesn't that drive you fucking nuts? Have you ever had friends who don't get laid for years?
Yeah.
And they like refuse to like bring their standards down? This drives me up the fucking wall. Dude, that's gross. You know what's gross? Not being a normal person who has a job and a functioning member of society, not getting pussy because of standards. Gross. We all shit. And I'll be honest with you, take it from someone who knows. Not me. Maybe someone better looking than I am. They'll tell you. I mean, I think every comedian in the world says it. The 4, 5, 6 sex is always better. My wife's a 3. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. My wife, when I met her, she had a tooth growing out of her nose. Guess what I did? I fucked it. No. And the ego, whatever ego people have is like, I have standards, I shouldn't. Listen, I'm not saying marry Kate Hudson at a pool hall. But I'm talking to a person who has no social skills, alright? You are broken. You have not had human contact. You need it. Go to the gym, go to the supermarket, talk about recipes. I don't know how to make this. Can I have help? Asking for a favor is a way to do it. Hey, I don't understand what a leak is. Can you tell me what a leak is? Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, cooking class. I don't want to. That's normie shit. I'm more of a favor of like seriously. I want you to be inside a Pontiac Sunbird, getting fingered. You need it. You need to move the needle. Get it out of your system.
There, guys. Look on the bright side. Sometimes the bright side. Of course, it's that girl.
Sometimes the bright side is a chunky girl singing Mr. Brightside at karaoke because she knows all the words because she's sad and thinks that she has a shot with the lead singer of the Killers.
Man83 says OpenAI chat is pretty limited, but it's good for solving basic algorithms and creating programs. Still have a very long way to go before Skynet becomes a thing.
Skynet will never be a thing.
James, since 10, been on a mental journey this past couple months. Just want to say thank you for pulling the truth out of me. I feel in control of my diet, emotions, finances. Honestly, just loving life right now. Thank you.
Thank you, man. And it's progressive. It's step by step. Like you have to just fight for those little victories. If you're waking up at 3 p.m. and you wake up and you're like, oh my God, today is 12 and I woke up at 3 p.m. That's fine. Just tomorrow, wake up at 2:45. That's how you do it. You just add. You keep building momentum, and don't kick yourself when you're down. When you get hit, and you're like, oh, I had confidence, and I woke up at 6. Just do better the next day. You start right now. If you realize at 4 p.m. that you didn't do anything today that you're supposed to do, and like you just had the worst, in terms of productivity, the worst day ever, like you ate garbage food, you can start right then. Like 4:35. Just be like, make a to-do tomorrow, plan out tomorrow. You can always pick yourself up.
Requesting fortifications.
Yeah, Julian has this.
Get close to the mic.
Requesting sentry.
What I've started doing is I have
click like it helps me help my daughter. This is OpenAI.
6701 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, your shit doesn't work. You're all gonna be broke and jobless in a year, and I hate you.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting fortifications.
I have one thing I rely on doing though, which is folding laundry. But yeah, like something like concrete that because I'll get overwhelmed and I'm like, okay, well, I had a shitty day. Like, what can I do right? Like, what can I fix?
You have to make yourself like a robot.
Yeah, like I have like laundry is like the one thing that's my baseline.
If you treat all the stuff that overwhelms you in your life, treat it like a list. Laundry, a list of what you have to do. Like put the detergent in, close the door. Like if you go into robot mode, that can help you with the cyclical thinking. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and it's just like a go-to thing, I guess.
Yeah.
That I can do to kind of get myself out of that hole instead of trying to fabricate a new list of shit to do. Like, it's just something that gets me back in the groove of doing shit for myself.
No, I think the same thing is what happens when you get trapped in these loops. These thought loops that are like very difficult to escape.
I just have a couple of things I do that like I know will get me out of that. Like I got a t-shirt making. If I had a really bad day, just make some juice.
Make some juice.
It works, though. It really does. Especially with something like that, because it's like actually good for your body too.
I go to an Asian massage parlor.
Yeah, I just jack off and I play COD.
You know, just beat off and play COD.
Also, not having a video game console. My Xbox, after it got stolen, it actually made my life like way better.
Uninstalling COD is like
COD is so bad for me.
I uninstalled it.
Yeah, I don't play COD.
Chris, how much money do we have? Chris, where's my money?
Throwing down fortifications.
1.3 million? Okay, that's good for me.
Requesting fortifications.
But it turns out that money was an absolute necessity. I tried to have a job, a girlfriend, another job, and I failed.
Down fortifications.
But the good thing about the American dream is that you can just go to sleep and try it all again the next night.
We got Hallucinate with 20 British pounds. Appreciate the comment, Sam. I'm finally in a
Hallucinate with 20 rich pals.
Finally in a well-paying trade.
He's in a well? Get out.
20.
You're in that well? Get out.
Here's 40 quid for you. Hope the conversion rate is terrible. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Hey, by the way, everybody, thank you for, thank you for being my fans and supporting me and supporting my friends and everything over the years. Because I just really appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
That's from the heart.
Thank you so much. I really do. Pretty often try to focus mentally, focus on providing you whatever at the crossroads of the most entertaining thing that's able to make the money to support keep it going. But I'm glad you guys are you've been with me through all this shit, and I hopefully the payoff is going to continue to be there. I think I'm excited to share world peace too, and keep this going until I'm 85 years old and have some violent episode with I'll probably realistically I'll probably like something brutal, something to do with minorities or something on an airplane or something like that. A legacy of shit. Which is fine, that's what old crazy people do. I'll be on, we're more like 65, but I'm gonna keep working until
Burger King hat crown.
I'll be the Burger King hat crown
part 2.
I'll get there, but in the meantime, I'm gonna continue to try my very best to not disappoint you guys and keep the entertainment fun. On my arm, be like a little bit less negative, and I don't want. I'm negative because people, send in. I'm negative. It's just my nature. It's just what it is. But I'm not a nihilist. I am an optimist. I really do. I don't want people with the wrong idea, so I'm going to make a conscious effort here to be less negative. I think it's funny sometimes. It's funny for Indians and stuff like that. There's a balance to it. I have the balance.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Did that fucking kid say?
20 bucks. I walked in on my own.
You will forever be remembered as heroes of different trouble.
Get some high quicker and smoke.
Yeah, that's actually a better way to do it.
Book your calendars, boys. The next Total War game is being announced in early December of this year, 2025. So place your bets now. Is it Star Wars?
Science fiction. Not every single game or setting has them, such as Battlefield and Star Sector, but for the most part, if mankind is gallivanting across space, you can expect them to have some extraterrestrial foes or buddies. Another staple of science fiction, just as, if not more common than aliens, is mutants. People that, while human in origin, have had their DNA or whatever altered so much they might as well be aliens. Sometimes it's subtle, like most of the X-Men. Wolverine is just Hugh Jackman until you see him regenerate from a skeleton and grow claws from his hands. Oftentimes it's anything but subtle, however, such as with Fallout ghouls. Even though they keep the same shape as they did when they were human, it's hard to mistake a fella who can survive without skin and heals with radiation poisoning for a baseline human being. And 40k is no exception to this. Across the 41st millennium, you can find yourself all sorts of abhuman mutants serving or fighting the Imperium of Man. Some of them are sort of natural, while some of them are the result of so much genetic screwery that the only thing still human about them is their origins. And of course, some of them came about because Chaos loves few things more than ruining the lives of everyday people just trying to go about their day. All of them are technically to be abhorred and dealt with on sight, but let it never be said the Imperium discriminates when it comes to throwing people in life.
As men, we are fed bad information about women almost from the very beginning. Early on, our mothers tell us, well, you need to really treat her well. You need to treat her right. No one really defines right, though, because there is a right way, but it's not the one we think. Because we think we need to treat a woman like a queen, and that's treating her right. Well, that's going to cost you in the short term, the midterm, and the long term. In the short term, it's going to cost you money. In the midterm, it'll cost you your dignity. And in the long term, it'll cost you the opportunity to have any kind of a healthy relationship with this woman. Because when you start treating her like a queen, oh, you're starting to set her up for some bad behavior. So today, I want to talk to you guys about the 10 lies that men are told about how to treat a woman. Why?
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Deploying sentry.
Requesting walker. Requesting orbital.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
sentry.
Bugs, north. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
I got the terminal. Engaging terminal. I got the terminal.
Calling down objective equipment.
Requesting sentry.
Package acquired.
Sending down sentry.
Give them what they deserve.
Mission progress logged.
Bag's empty. Orbital inbound.
Calling down a support weapon.
No mag.
Outpost destroyed.
Requesting sentry. For prosperity!
Requesting air support. Bug tunnel breach.
Engaging terminal.
Requesting sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Permanent hive structure destroyed. Outpost destroyed.
Northwest, 50 meters. Calling down a walker.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Bug outpost spotted. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting orbital.
You have accomplished Liberty's will. Extract at your discretion. Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Sending in an eagle. Calling in reinforcements.
Outpost destroyed.
Requesting air
You may
support.
proceed to extraction when ready.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting sentry. Reinforcing.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Dropping a pin.
Extraction is available.
Thank you.
Pelican 1, I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1, landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You leave a more free city than you found.
Bunker entrance bypassing the door itself.
To all Helldivers.
Welcome back, Helldivers. In the recent weeks, we've experienced the terror of having our home world threatened. We've lost countless lives to the brutality of the lawlessness of the Illuminate. And while we remain triumphant, High Command has blessed us with more additions to our arsenal in the form of a new war bond. Launched on June 12th, our core of Helldivers can gain access to the Force of Law War Bond for the standard democratic price of 1,000 super credits. It's abundantly clear that to maintain our righteous democracy, the enforcement of the law is paramount, and this newest edition is the perfect embodiment to take charge and declare to the world, I am the law, by introducing gear that enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities for any level of engagements on the battlefield. To kick things off, let's take a look at the new weapons this law enforcement-themed war bond brings to the battlefront. First up is the AR-32 Pacifier, a high-capacity assault rifle designed for crowd control and ideal for maintaining order in chaotic environments. At first glance, this weapon does have a very visually appearing basic skin, sporting a nice mix of purple, grays, and blue accents, but it obviously also comes with the usual array of weapon pattern customizations. That is, if you level it. This rifle boasts a 40-round capacity, has a relatively low recoil, and a higher rate of fire, though it does lack in the damage department. The AR-32 Pacifier has the lowest of all the current assault rifles with a damage output of only 50. Another unexpected downside to this weapon is that it does not have an option for an increased magazine capacity in the weapon customization menu, something we think could easily offset the lack of damage. While it may not be the most impressive addition, there is no doubt it will serve its purpose in the field of battle for months to come. If that weapon doesn't allow you to dispense the level of law and order you find yourself needing, maybe you should try the newest support stratagem, the GL-52 de-escalator grenade launcher. This extremely potent weapon fires high-powered arc grenades that, upon exploding, can jump to multiple targets with the added benefit of being able to be fired extremely fast. It can be very effective at neutralizing most threats you will encounter, but the weapon really excels when dealing with groups, as most grenade-related weapons do. It does require you to reload each grenade one at a time, but it does have a 40-round reserve, allowing you to be a little more liberal when dishing out law and order. But be warned, if your enemies get too close for comfort, you might find yourself on the receiving end of some electricity, something you more than likely won't survive. You've been warned. Perhaps the most surprising and unique weapon in this most recent release doesn't actually come from the war bond itself, but the Superstore pairing. The P92 warrant pistol can be acquired for the price of 300 super credits. This medium armor-penetrating sidearm fires bursts of guided jet-propelled ammunition and is unlike anything else in its class. It can be set to non-guided mode, but why would anyone want to turn off homing bullets? In case you were wondering how that translates on screen, think of it as a handgun version of the STA-X3 Wasp launcher, at least the targeting system aspect. Though be warned, at the time of this war bond's release, the handgun will target bug holes with no...
We shall fight in the streets. We shall fight on the sidewalks. We shall fight in the intersections.
Requesting TAC pack. Orbital inbound. Sending in an Eagle.
bursted.
Yeah.
This is bugs? No, it's...
Yes, bugs. Play on the city maps because it's just...
Yeah, it's better.
Have a taste of democracy!
So I'm like 10 NSA for Warband.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Yes.
Spawn ladder on upgrade.
Oh man.
Found something!
You have been a stalwart line of freedom. Extract when ready.
Okay, it's just a distract.
Taste the freedom! Requesting air support.
Nice.
Got Helldiver over here.
What's with the rocket pod?
Extraction is available.
Calling down a sentry. Supply.
The bunker.
Tagging location.
Calling in reinforcements!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the
Marking
way.
location. Northeast. Support weapon. Supplies. Sample. Tagging location. Cancel that. Support weapon. Supplies. Marking location.
Oh, it's only an arc, bro.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Make way for
What the fuck?
On my way.
Bro, the rocket.
I'll take it.
What the fuck? The rocket pod just destroyed my walker. Oh my.
Bug outpost spot. Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Oh no.
You must not allow our civilians to perish.
tunnel breach!
Reinforcing.
No.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Calling in reinforcements. I'm on it.
Point me to the enemy.
Say hello to democracy!
No, no, I'm so far away.
Virtual.
Requesting orbital strike.
Requesting orbital. Tagging location. On my way.
Bunker.
I'm on it. Support weapon. Marking location. Never mind.
Super credits, let's go!
Nice, let's go, bro.
by.
Requesting sentry. Get some! Get some!
Their lives were in our hands.
Oh, there's a bunker down here, by the way. I wasn't there. Where are ya?
Don't take it. I'll come out. I'm just gonna come over. Bunker?
Oh, super credits again.
Calling down a walker.
Was it super credits or requisitions?
Requisition.
Oh, you did get super credits. Let's see.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting sentry.
Good job.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Dude.
Oh, sorry.
Just walking. I'm walking here, pal.
I'm walking here.
I'm walking here, pal.
Outpost destroyed.
I found the super rare samples.
They're very easy.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining. Outpost cleared.
Oh my god, bro. Are you serious? Sometimes I hate the guard dog, honestly.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Found something.
Tagging location.
400 wrecked.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Nice, you got the Warborn medals.
Sample. Orbital inbound.
I just lost my arm.
No way.
That laser's so
Sending in an eagle.
That's it, right?
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Where the fuck's...
Calling down a sentry. Marking extraction point.
React shot?
Request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Requesting orbital. Orbital inbound.
T-minus 1 minute.
Oh, he did the walking ride.
I put myself. That was me.
Right.
Did I cut my... Is everybody on the pad?
Joining the fray.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Get some! Get some!
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Hugsies.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Calling down supply.
Oh my god.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
You always kill the green.
Extraction
The
complete.
thing just jumped out.
Beginning ascent.
It's just... Oh, this missed there. Fuck. $450. Oh, that's not... Just take my, like,
No intention
even like
of closing them. So if you are fighting the bugs, be sure to keep that in mind before pulling that trigger. The Force of Law Warbond also adds new equipment to your arsenal if you're looking for a little non-lethal crowd control action.
Helldivers. Your comrades who didn't return
37.
will rest easy knowing that this mission had a lower than average
8 melee kills.
Always good to have another.
I honestly think that dog is just stealing my kills, bro.
the god dog, yeah.
Yeah. I might just stop using it.
Hellpods Prime.
Just gonna buy all the mines.
How do you get this extra room on this ship?
I don't know. I think you get it when you get level 50.
Okay.
Level 50s. This is gonna be so funny. I'm just gonna chuck mines 24.
What about here? Here?
He's getting mines.
Launch initiated.
Go now, Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Calling down fortifications.
That's where they came from. Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Close in the that didn't count. Fuck.
Oh, there we go. We lost the 25 requisition slips for that. Oh my god, look at the mines, bro. Look at that shit.
Throwing supply beacon.
I just chucked the supply on a dude. Bye-bye, bro.
Check this. Oh my god, bro. Oh god.
Fucked up.
We got fucking 50 seconds before more mines.
You jump up.
$30 more mines.
Destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Oh, minus 50.
Oh man, what's going on?
Requesting fortifications. Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications.
Requesting orbiter.
Heavy, north, close.
Calling down the sentry.
Deploying minefield.
Calling down fortifications.
just spawn
You're
in?
just killing fucking... Yeah, I think they're just spawning out of nowhere and you're like fragging them with the mines.
You want my freedom? My freedom? Gotta try harder than that!
Bruh. Dude, gotta tell the civilians to stop stepping in the minefield.
Welcome to Tel Aviv.
Yeah, they're just out in the open. The civilians are spawning out in the open.
Bug tunnel breach.
Lamau. Oh my god.
Goodness.
Requesting fortifications. Calling down fortifications.
I'm just gonna stack them all in the one spot and fucking crash the game.
Dude, I swear my game's optimized so poorly. This game's fucking
Yeah, I'm getting on
atrocious.
70.
It runs atrociously.
Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications.
They just go off for no reason.
Depend on you for their safety.
Calling down a sentry!
Okay, that's not cash money.
Oh, here comes another civilian walking through the fucking minefield. Let's see how long he lasts.
Calling down fortifications! Truth of our resolve! Requesting sentry! Should have stayed home!
There's so many fucking mines, bro. That's so funny.
That's not enough.
Calling down fortifications.
Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications. Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
Calling down fortifications.
Oh no, that's close.
Calling down fortifications.
Oh, that's close. He's got bounced. Oh my god.
Calling down a sentry.
Last reload. I need ammo.
For the glory of Super Earth!
Calling down fortifications.
We'll never trust!
Calling down fortifications.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
Calling down fortifications. Calling down fortifications. Calling down fortifications.
Calling down fortifications.
Requesting sentry.
Wow.
Reinforcements. Bomb tunnel breach.
They're not. I think the civilians aren't spawning.
The civilians, they're all dead. It's rockets being launched is what we have to worry about.
Orbital inbound! Requesting fortifications!
Requesting sentry!
Calling down fortifications.
Calling down fortifications!
Calling down fortifications. Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications. Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications.
You're doing.
Look no further than the G109 Urchin stun grenade. Visually, it looks strikingly similar to a Morningstar mace from the 14th century, but with a few upgrades since then. Once thrown, it can attach to enemies and will continually release shock bursts, stunning any enemies nearby, making it a potent tool for any missions that you find yourself being overwhelmed. So just be sure to place it correctly. Next up, we have a new support stratagem, the AX-ARC-3 Guard Dog K9, an arc-powered robotic canine companion that assists in subduing whatever adversaries you face on the battlefield. It's undeniable that the Guard Dog keeps up with the long-honored tradition of having loyal canines on the battlegrounds, and much like the dogs used in the past, this bad boy can bite. But not always in a good way. This variant of the Guard Dog utilizes electricity to lay waste to the enemies you will encounter on the battlefield. Though many Helldivers dismiss the use of any Guard Dog stratagems due to them frequently causing death to fellow teammates and even yourself, and this one is no different. So be careful you don't get bit. What Warbond would be complete without a new booster? This time around, Helldivers will gain access to the Stun Pods booster, extremely similar to the Firebomb Hull Pods booster from the Freedom's Flame Warbond, without the, well, massive amount of friendly literal fire aspect. It follows in suit with the electricity theme of the Warbond and exposes Hull Pod wiring upon surface contact, stunning any units in the vicinity of the drop site. Now, we aren't saying you won't affect your squad mates accidentally, but it won't light them on fire, so that definitely seems like an improvement. It's unknown at this time how actually useful it will be compared to other boosters already available, but as always, anything provided by High Command is a welcome addition in our book. The Force of Law Warband also introduces 2 new armor sets, as well as a bonus superstore set. First up is the BP-20 Corrections Officer armor. This medium-class armor provides its users with the ballistic padding passive, adding 25% resistance to both chest damage and explosive damage, as well as prevents all damage from bleeding. Great for all those times you find your chest hemorrhaging. Don't worry, we've all been there. Its visual appearance is a clean and simple riot control outfit with a helmet sporting a horizontal slit visor. It also pairs with Miranda's Legacy tape that really brings the whole thing together. For those Helldivers who want to truly take on the mission of a high command riot guard, you can always use the SH-20 Ballistic Shield Backpack and the CQC-30 Stun Baton to really bring the whole thing together. You never know, maybe we will get tear gas or mace in the future. If riot control isn't your thing, then maybe the BP-32 Jack Boot will be. This light armor comes equipped with the same ballistic padding passive as the previous armor, but with some extra speed. Its visual appearance is definitely much more bold than the BP-20, but still relatively conservative compared to armors released in the past. The helmet has a similar style, but a noticeably bigger visor and pairs with the Mother Eagle's wings cape. While it does lack some luster, it definitely makes up for it with the cape's name. If you enjoy heavy armor types or want a little more flair, you can find it by purchasing the bonus armor set provided in the Superstore. The BP-77 Grandura takes the cake the most impressive looking out of this warband. Sporting a giant chest plate and amazing gold accents, this armor is visually impressive compared to the other two. The body armor can be unlocked for the price of 250 super credits, and the equally appealing helmet and badge of order cape can be unlocked for 150 and 35 super credits. The Force of Law Warband also hosts multiple cosmetics and emotes for anyone lacking in those departments. The cosmetics are as expected, providing the new True Blue pattern for the Hellpod, Exosuit, Shuffle, and Fast Recon vehicle, adding a blue and gold aesthetic to your customization arsenal. The emotes included in the Force by Law Warband introduce a new style format labeled Signal. Our best guess to this new format is that it will interact with SEAF patrols with the newly introduced system, but that is purely speculation. Anyway, on the first page, Helldivers will find Signal, Hold, an emote mimicking a common military hand gesture of closing your fist and holding it at the angle. On page 2, divers will gain access to the signal Silence, causing your player to do a whispering motion. Page 3 posts the signal Up and utilizes another common hand gesture. The Force of Law provides a unique mix of offensive and defensive options compared to some of the warbands of the past. Its aesthetic of law and order is undeniably appealing for anyone wanting to do a police work. While many will enjoy everything currently offered, it appears that some editions seem to stand out more than others, though Super Earth is constantly adjusting and improving our arsenal, so who knows what the future will bring. So, what is your favorite new edition?
Adventure in my 4th favorite universe. You are dehydrated. The sun.
So way back in the mind.
Fuck, that mission's boring, eh?
Big payout, let's go.
Welcome back, Helldivers. Your
What? He got the most. How the
fuck
did he get the most?
It's because he was shooting his gun half the time.
Average casualty rate.
Yeah, oh my, I never shot my gun.
So way back in the mind.
Loot peacekeeping. Fuck.
The siege upon managed democracy continues. Let us rally to her defense.
Oh, did you get the fucking Masters of Ceremony too?
Yeah.
Sweet, bro. We can be Cutlass brothers. We can melee all the time. We can just troll.
The heat of the sun is deadly to the unprepared.
Sunstroke. Spending time in the sun increases.
Urge has. What is it?
It's dehydration rate.
Seek fluid intake.
Oh, there you go.
United States and Europe. What's he doing? I mean, that was all you, mate. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen. Into this war so that they are battling Russia. So that helps explain what happened just last week when the Ukrainians took out $7 billion of Russian nuclear-armed bombers. This is the nuclear fleet. And they took them out. They weren't anywhere near Ukraine. They were like on the other side of Russia. They were nowhere near Ukraine. They were way over 1,000 miles, more than that, kilometers. In
Launch initiated.
For helping support. Oh, we're gonna fucking learn this. 15.
Who specializes in animals known for skill in realistic portrayals of animals. And we're told that this school or movement kicks off in France in the, I think, 1830s or 40s. And Edward Henry's becomes America's first animaleer. But it's largely linked to the 1800s. And why I find that interesting is because I'm wondering if this cover story or some of these lions pre-existing, a bit older than we're being told, and a lot of this, again, just cover story. I'm just wondering that. And here's just a photo showing these two guardian lions, which are attributed to Mr. Edward Kemmy's, and I believe each of them weighs 2 tons. So pretty massive, and just some really nice photos showing these guardian lions. here they are again. So the photos seem to indicate that these lions were placed in the 1890s, 1892, but I'm just wondering if those photos can be trusted, because there's been a few different times where they've done the restorations to these lions.
Who's shooting? Oh, it's your fucking rocket.
And then I think in 2020, and
it's gonna kill me, thank you.
All the effort that's taken to
go shoot.
remove the lion, 2 tons of it, and good job, but we're told all this went down in the 1890s, so I'd like to see some photos of this, but I just wanted to briefly touch on this concept of an animalier and this person Henry's being linked to these lions. And he even apparently has left his autograph on one of the faces of one of those lions. And you can see his name, and he dated it for us. And he's even done a little freehand. I guess that's a cat or a lion of some type. But apparently his sculpting technique is better than but I just wanted to point that out. So I thought that was interesting. And the second thing I want to talk about today are these buried ships associated with San Francisco, a lot of them under the financial district. And this is just a panorama in the 1800 of San Francisco called the
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Yeah, there's ships in the financial district, and we're told that this is legitimate photo from 1851, and it shows what the code used to look like when there's all these ships. And at some point over the decades, the shoreline has changed according to the official history, but you can kind of see here on this map what the shoreline used to be and what it is now. So it's definitely changed, but
I lost my
fuck. That this transformation could go back further than we're being told, in my opinion. And here's just another map
you in the pod?
showing some of the locations of these different ships.
Are you in the Ava?
An image we're told is of the original
Sure, I'm getting the
used
Ava.
to be. And here's just an image of
I can't say artillery.
But there's a description of the names of some of these ships. A lot of them known, some of them unknown. There's a lot of documentation with regards to these ships, but I do believe it's a cover story. And we're told that the harbor became overcrowded during the gold rush, with over 500 vessels either stranded or abandoned. So many of the ships were deserted by the crews who left them for the gold fields. So a lot of them left rotting and sinking. And they believe there are approximately more than 70 ships buried in the old cove. So that's the official history, but I think that there was a destructive event. I'm going to link it to some other
the Predator's trying all the
this is some other ships that we found. There was a law in the 1800s again in San Francisco that allowed individuals to claim land rights over areas where ships had been sunk. So people wanting to establish residence in the city capitalized on it by deliberately sinking ships to acquire land ownership. So again, I think all of this is smoke and mirrors just to explain away why there's all these buried ships. And I know there's a lot of documentation and even photographic evidence, but I do believe that it's misleading. And I think that what we're seeing in San Francisco is the same phenomenon that
it's literally only
at a lot of different sites in America and in other places, like sticking with America, New Orleans in the south. You have the city beneath the city in an earlier colonial period that's buried 4 to 6 feet. And you also have on the east coast of the United States, you got places like Charleston, formerly a walled city, and that's almost completely buried and they built on top of it. And I think, again, it's all the same phenomenon. You can even go to Australia, places like Melbourne, where that early colonial period is completely buried below grade, 4 to 6 feet. And we're told that the street levels were raised, but people collectively forgot that happened. And this phenomenon was rediscovered officially in 2017. So I think we're looking at the same event, in my opinion. And what else I wanted to mention is this is the current City Hall in San Francisco.
Overlays is actually great.
This is the site of the old City Hall. And I believe that this is one of these red brick sewers. In addition to all the build-out in the 1850s,
You're just stealing my
60s,
kills,
70s that
man.
you find in San Francisco. There's also
Get away from me.
1,000 miles of sewers, with some of those segments being red brick. So I'm just wondering if these are some of those sewers that are mentioned here. I just wanted to touch on that, and that's just another image from current City Hall. Those installations. But again, traveling in the 1840s and 50s to go from the East Coast to the West Coast, for instance, New York to San Francisco, that would take months. And it wasn't until the 1860s that you have steamships and the railroad that could cut travel time down to a little under a month. So the fact that you have panoramas from the 1850s, again before the proliferation of steamships, so we're talking about long travel times, but there are these panoramas in the 1850s showing significant build-up. 2-3-story structures, stone, brick, banks, hotels, and it just so yeah, I just wanted to touch on these very dives that phenomenon as well as the animals being linked to
these predator stalkers actually.
Maybe that's also a cover story. So I think that's about all I got for you for today. Do you want to give a big shout out to my channel members? Thank you for all your help and support.
We had an exploding crossbow. That's crazy.
Through me.
Calling in
Line of fire. So join me today as we talk about
orbital inbound.
I mean, in space, in communication, in automotive, in affordable home, in drilling. I don't know. Now we're not Elon Musk, but we can use the criteria of increasing
Oh, it's kind of fun.
benefit inside the directive part. You've got to put food on the table. Plenty of food.
Requesting
You
air
got to put
support.
food on the table for your own people and
New mag.
strangers to come by, right?
No, I need.
I knew that far away.
And you need to be able to tolerate it. Ideally, you need to love it. But don't get bogged down in the idea that I have to love what I do or I can't do it. Because you can find fulfillment in the parts of your life where you're happy, even if your career is simply providing a satisfactory life. Now, if you're wired like this, as long as you're producing, you're working, you're growing, and you have momentum, you tolerate a lot of things. In fact, you learn to love things that in the past you would have never identified as being lovable. But productivity and momentum and accomplishment generate
He's got the
I'm over here, bro.
our life rather than just our career. Back to the concept of who do we want to become? Nothing is more important than relationships that are the building blocks of our life itself. The first primary relationship is with your
Allied
spouse.
destroyer joining
And a lot of
squadron.
people
Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
I'm over here.
finding her,
Ready to
tracking her down. That's a mistake.
Hurry up.
That's an unhealthy way to approach this.
calling
But
down a
it's also
sentry.
dumb to not spend some amount of time looking. You've got to keep your eyes open to that look. You've got to keep track of where you are in your life day by day to give your paths a chance to cross. Now, if that relationship
And super credits,
is
there we go.
place, be struggling,
And
or
requisition
seem not
slips.
even
Let's go.
identified yet, there are other relationships that are also important. Siblings, parents, friends, business relationships, and the ability to identify
100 super credits.
That's fucking
a healthy
goated.
relationship versus a toxic
Calling down a support weapon.
is one of the most fundamental skills in developing a life.
Oh my god, look at that.
If you need to be more healthy in the relationship, then you do what you've got to do to hold up your end. Keep the great good thing strong.
How'd you like to taste some freedom?
Coming from you, repent, change, do something different. But if the
Bag's
toxicity
empty.
is unchanging from another person into a relationship with, time for a boundary, a strong and reasonable and healthy boundary. And sometimes that boundary is clear outside of your life. Sometimes it is closer, sometimes there is still interaction, but the boundary is firmly and effectively in place. It's a life skill. If you
Requesting
don't know how to
orbital.
do that, get some help. Because life is too
Orbital barrage
short
incoming.
to
Stand
be
clear.
held back, to be held down, to be hurt. by toxic relationships. And buddy, it is way too short to be bringing toxicity into someone else's life. Now in this relationship question, friendship, acquaintance, people in your sphere that are not formed or married into your sphere. Show me your 5 closest friends and I will know you. We reflect the growth in life, the people, let's say the 5 people that we are with most of the time. Make sure most of those 5 people are
let me reload.
experienced, educated, white, usually older, and there is a great deal to be said about having friendships with people who are older.
Bug out spotted. Prepare to terminate.
With the older men that have mentored me, that have taught
Sending in an eagle.
examples to me, that have corrected me, that have chastised me,
Requesting
that have
sentry.
saved me.
Did I even hit anything with that? Oh my god.
And I would encourage you to look for those people to develop those strong. Now, if you're a person who feels like a hopeless failure at reining in your thoughts, setting goals, keeping the milestones out there, and monitoring your progress, let's just start with something that we all whack at. And that is
Or loves the Patriot exercise.
But it's actually...
we get the exercise, we get the things that make the first contribution to happiness, and that is health. I mean, anybody can do better on that. And a lot of us can do better on avoiding the things that degrade our health. Including the best. Let's think about excluding the worst. There are things that we can take into our body that shorten our life. We don't need those habits. They don't move you towards the life you want to live. So wrapping this up, if you're even still with me, just a couple of things. And the first is, in order to have the life we want, we can't be distracted by the life that people think we should have. These things. By the way, that's my grandson Asher. Great. And I worry about the fact that phone, social media, and computers in the life. I worry about it.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Another trial for managed democracy. May liberty guide your
Surrounded by something like this, we have none of those things that are going to move us forward. So pay attention to that. Declutter. Declutter your brains and your lives. Whatever part of this has been useful and whatever part of this seems to you to be baloney, no one
Rare
can
sample acquired.
argue with the fact that moment by moment we always have a choice. However we react, however we are proactive, whatever plans we put in place, whatever disappointments we have to respond to, we have a choice. We have a choice. And the way that we exercise that agency, that ability to choose, is moving us relentlessly to who we're going to be in some period of time. So we have other videos on how to be more confident, how to make a fortified class,
proceed to extraction.
ideas about motivation and how to keep showing up and doing your best.
Maybe drop a hell bomb.
And they all add up. And a blessing for me to be able to have these conversations with you.
Oh, we gotta
It's a
upload
blessing for me
then,
to read your
shit.
comments. So please
We
give
should
me
have done that
feedback
beginning.
on this.
Yeah.
Positive or negative, pluses or minuses, because somebody's going to read the things that you bring to the table and be benefited thereby.
Requesting air support.
Thanks for watching Essential Crafts. Keep up the good work.
Bug outpost destroyed.
Tagging map, southeast, 200 meters.
I've been in construction for 43 years.
Holy
26 of those
shit,
years as a general contractor. Now, living as a general contractor for me was at once exhilarating and satisfying and terrifying and confusing. I mean, all of those things, right? And any of you who have tried to be a general contractor can probably relate to that. But I would like to speak to you guys who are starting out and tell you about 5 mistakes that I've seen contractors make over and over and over. And about 3 of those I was making and didn't stop making them until about 2 years ago. And once I stopped making those mistakes, everything got better. People think the general contractors make buckets of money, right? And some of us do. I never did. I always made a good or at least a decent living. I had a ton of freedom, and I got to build a lot of fascinating things that I would have never learned to build if I had either A, been working for someone else, or B, been focused on the money.
No, we gotta fucking...
On the inside, along with this driveway, was part of a project I did for an excellent client. Front porch, retrofit, completely changed the look of the front of the house.
Now, for a long time, I thought that I was focused on the money, but gradually it became clear to me that I must not be, because I wasn't making a ton of money, but instead I was having a really fulfilling life. And it finally became clear that that must have been what I wanted, because that was the thing that was driving the decisions I was making. So it's a trade-off. As a general contractor, you're always trying to decide whether it's A, the money, or B, the relationships and the work and the satisfaction. And I erred always on the side of the work and the satisfaction. But I only give you that disclaimer so that you can kind of begin to understand what your real motivations are and begin to project what the pitfalls or satisfactions might be that come as a result of those motivations. And I should add, there is no easy money. Now, occasionally you're going to hit a long ball, but you're not going to hit a long ball every time you step up to the plate. So with that firmly in mind, let me cut to the chase here and tell you the things that I wish I would have known years ago. Item number one is not charging enough money. Let me break that down a little bit. If you're just starting out, you have some idea of what you were worth as a carpenter. A carpenter is actually worth twice that amount of money when you're working up your projected labor costs.
Oh my god, what the fuck? I literally never saw it.
Everything that you spend and everything that you do that does not contribute to a specific job. Think of it. The time you spend on the phone, the time you spend working up the price, doing the takeoff, making the drawing, going to the planning department, calling your subcontractors, the money you spend to put tires on your truck and the paint job on the side and pay the bond and the insurance and the lights in your shop, all of those things are overhead. They will devour you. You have to have some idea of what it costs you to be in business and make sure that's included in your price list. The next, really the last, and the most important piece is you have to put profit in every job. And I'm not talking about the amount that you make per hour for the work you do. I'm not talking about
like
what
taking
it
my
costs
kills,
to
bro.
keep
Get
the
out of
lights
here.
on and the tires on your truck. I'm talking about the money that's left over at the end of the job, which is your reward for taking the risk and doing the work in the first place. Now, the amount that you attach to bids for profit is wildly and widely variable. It took me a long time to work up the courage to put 20% on every job. After I figured every single cost, my time and everything related to the job, and I would put on 20%. You know, it was okay. It kept me in business. It kept me out of bankruptcy. It got me through 2 or 3 recessions, but it wasn't enough. You've got to put profit on your job or you will be out of business in 5 years. The psychological gear that you have to shift.
Oh my god, I got my leg taken out. No!
Of what you provide in terms of what you would pay.
Yeah, I got all the fucking rare samples I had, and
It's
the fucking
irrelevant
purple respawned me, bro. Yo, don't respawn me.
Is what other
I have to go walk back around there.
And it's
What an
hard thing
absolute
to
tart
discover
there,
because
guys.
your competition is
I
not
just
really
napalmed.
anxious to share that with you. But in general
Oh
terms,
yeah.
if you're not missing at least half of your bids because of price, you're too low. Now, the last point on this is don't make the mistake that I made, and that is you want to figure this out early in your career, because if the reputation you establish is for being inexpensive, you're the cheapest, you get the work done, and you're the budget construction solution.
Shut up.
It's going to take
I'm out of
you
here.
years
16
to pull
comments out.
yourself out of that.
Just run.
The reputation that
You got them all?
or at least that I recommend, is being, wow, that guy's expensive, and he is worth it. So if you concentrate on that,
I'll jump the one when you roll.
Oh, dude, come on.
and be uncomfortable turning out anything except a good product, you're going to find yourself needing to do less work in order to make more
I
money.
swear, bro.
That's pretty good. Item number
My
2
nuts were so
is
big,
centered
it
around
shielded me.
communication, both your verbal communication and the communication in your contract. But we're not getting into the contract here because the global problem is the problem with communicating clearly. For instance, expectations. You need to be able to paint a word picture to your customers of what's going to happen when you come in to do the demolition in their kitchen.
Requesting orbital strike.
Maybe it turns the whole atmosphere or the feeling of the job against you before you even provide a product. So learn to
Well, just I can't melee fight with stalkers. I have to shoot them.
and in terms of what the finish
I have to dodge
is going to be
the
like.
elements.
You need to let them know that if you were trying to match,
Dude,
let's say,
melee in my shooting game?
there's a pine tongue-and-groove ceiling on an exposed beam living room that you're adding onto. There is no possible way on the planet to match the color between a 30-year-old pine board and a new pine board with stain or sealer. Can't do it. And so let them know that your finishes that are matching existing are going to match as closely as possible. Give them an acceptable range and make sure they understand that. Now, the next place that you need to be able to communicate perfectly is around resolving concerns. The first way to be sure you have a chance of resolving a concern is to resolve it promptly. Don't procrastinate returning the call, no matter what her tone was in the message she left on your machine. A text is fine, but you're going to have a conversation with these people in order to help them begin to relax enough that you have a chance of coming to some sort of an amicable settlement. This speaks to bedside manner. If you don't have a good bedside manner, you better figure out how to get one, or you're in the wrong business. It's all about establishing a relationship of trust and then confirming that the trust was well placed over and over and over. You can't do that without communication. Last tip on communication. It's a habit that we call under-promising and over-delivering. Let's say you're taking a job that you're pretty sure is going to take a lot of money, but you are vulnerable to your painter's schedule. You tell these people, because they would like it done in a month, I need to tell you, this could easily stretch out to 3 months in the current construction climate, and with the weather constraints we're facing, this could go longer. Well, if you get that contract and then you slam it in 3 weeks, or maybe in a month, you're a hero. But if it goes the other way, they will never forget the disappointment of not having that project ready when you told them it was going to be ready. So be careful what you promise, because you're going to need to beat that promise if you're going to build the reputation that you want. Next item. Most of us live in an intensely regulatory environment, and it's a pain. And there are times when, doggone it, you just do things however they need to be done in order to accomplish it. But you're never going to meet a truly successful contractor in the 21st century that doesn't play by the rules. I finally figured that out about 15 years ago, that I needed to stop being frustrated by the system that I lived in and adapt and comply. But here is the other thing that you have to be aware of. Those costs for complying with the regulatory environment have to be passed on to your customers. Those rules and those regulations and that insurance and those bonds and those licenses exist to benefit the customer, and so they need to pay, not the contractor. That's done by attaching the right overhead numbers to your bid, to your business model. It has to have the money that's required to play by the rules if you're going to play by them. So what can happen by working around the corners and dodging some of the requirements is that, yes, you can get away with it. You can even get a lot of work done, and sometimes you can reduce frustration. But the fact is that one thing always leads to another.
No, who's just calling it Eagle?
System tends to avalanche and grow.
Don't you like the taste of freedom?
Well, it's really hard to deal with when, if you work out just check each box and cost passed on to the customer, they got what they needed. Item 4
Another victory
is
for the right side of history.
The most important variable in the whole undertaking of being a general contractor. And before I start in on this, you need to know that right now you begin to listen to a hypocrite. Because I was never too good at this. I was good at enough. And what I'm talking about is operating a business without accurate books. You've got to be able to keep track of costs. If you can't,
Pretty soon you're kiting, and that is taking the money that came to you in order to accomplish this job and throwing it back behind you to clean up a mess from the job before because you didn't understand costs, because you hadn't kept track of costs, your bidding was not accurate,
One squad impact.
your payment was sporadic, you have credit problems at your suppliers, and pretty soon it is a shipwreck. Do
Is there a
yourself
place I
favor.
can check
If
my
you're
stats
not
or my lifetime, like,
Yeah.
fucking...
number crunching,
It's on the right.
Like my lifetime stats?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Allied destroyer has left.
23
squadron.
melee kills. Yeah, the dog was stealing my kills, bro. Where is it?
Bring me back some
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
One of these. Was it an option? One of the terminals I showed. I remember checking, it's like, oh, I got like 7,000 now. Account.
No. Korea, there we go.
Yeah, Korea, yeah.
10,000 enemies killed. 92 melee kills.
$17,000 enemy kills, 10,000 Terminids.
Nice.
32 automaton, 3,900. Stratagem used. 645 Eagle. Total stratagem.
How many melee kills do you have?
25.
Nice.
but if you do that, bookkeepers can be hired. Maybe you.
Orbit synchronized.
Your spouse is gifted in that way, then let them do it. Don't try to do something yourself that you can't do, and please don't ignore this piece because it will
Allied
bite you.
destroyer has joined
Now,
squadron.
closely related to this, one of the single biggest changes that I made was about probably 15 years ago, I established a line of credit in order to level out the highs
Allied
and lows
destroyer
of cash
has
flow.
joined squadron.
There are states in the United States that will not issue a contractor's license if you can't demonstrate that you have a line of credit.
Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch initiated.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Requesting sentry. Requesting walker. Found something! New mag! Have a taste of democracy!
Those stalkers was merciless.
Absolutely. I'm just
What the fuck?
Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters.
Dominant hive structure destroyed. Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Found something!
Rare sample acquired.
Requesting sentry! Sending in an eagle!
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Found something!
serious. I'm nowhere near where he's at.
Matt's on.
Reinforcing!
The fuck? Ooh.
Reinforcing! Democracy has landed! Orbital inbound!
Democracy has landed.
Found something!
Rare sample acquired.
Found something!
Requesting sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Requesting orbital! Requesting orbital strike!
Yes.
Nice.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting air support.
Support weapon. Marking location. Supplies. Tagging location. Support weapon. Reinforcing.
Raising the Chinese guy.
5 minutes remaining. I repeat, 5 minutes remaining.
Requesting sentry.
How many holes?
Requesting sentry. Dropping a pin. Southwest. 100 meters.
Oh, fuck me, bro.
Bugs. South. Heavy. South. Close.
Where's the bug hole? Need like one more bug hole.
Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when ready.
Who's re-spawning me, I swear? Is it you?
Nah.
It's this dude.
Tactical asset nearby.
Gonna do the safe.
Layer sample acquired.
No, let's do the safe. Is there a mini nuke?
Sample collected.
The yellow on top.
Package acquired.
What is this? Smoke? Napalm.
Drop in package.
Calling down a sentry.
Can you active what?
Get some. Get some.
Bro, you didn't even press the button.
Dropping package.
Get ready to load.
Package acquired.
Oh, I got a mini nuke. It's black, actually. Put the mini nuke last so we know it's the last one.
Drop in package. Package acquired.
We need Momo.
Requesting sentry.
Fucking saves.
How many more do we need?
One more. Go on.
Oh, put the nuke in then.
Okay.
What's a nuke? Wait.
Dropping package.
Nuke is number 4.
Oh, fuck it, who cares?
That's, I don't know what that's
For
got.
prosperity!
Alright, it's ready, let's go.
I got the terminal.
We need to safe artillery strike the, I just caught a bug. Yeah.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting air. Get some! Get some!
Attack underway. 1 minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent.
Requesting sentry!
Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
Yeah. Let's go. Go home. There's one more fucking.
We're gonna get 5 seconds to the.
Yeah, but the shuttle can land and stay there.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed.
What are you looking for? Oh, fuck this. It's pretty far away. Let's go. I'm going for it.
Yeah, we can just call safe on it.
Yeah.
But if we die. Oh. Okay.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Miss one small zone.
We should have split up. I don't know. It's a bit too. It's too difficult to.
But these
navigate.
other dudes are like not doing like spreading
Yeah.
out. If I followed you, we would have like done it. But I'm like in the exo zone. They're just following me.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
Yeah, there's a software that missed.
Welcome back. The Terminids you defeated will soon fuel the war effort. Strength.
Como?
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpod primed.
Here?
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods. Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
On level 25.
Launch initiated.
Calling down a sentry.
Oh, I fucking hate these things.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac pack.
I can't melee these fuckers.
Fuck.
Feels good.
I'm out!
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Reinforcing.
Orbital inbound.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Fuck.
Oh my god, I nearly died.
Calling in reinforcements.
Requesting orbital strike.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Point me to the enemy. I'm out! Requesting sentry.
Deploying support weapon. Sub-objective in your vicinity.
Found something.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Hello?
What's up? Playing Helldivers.
I'm out!
Indeed.
Calling down supplies.
Nah, we're shooting bugs with guns.
Calling in reinforcements.
No? Yeah, this game has like fucking crap spiders.
What's the SSD?
We will, thank you.
Calling down a support weapon.
Oh my god, that's got the craziest lag spike ever.
I'm out!
No! No! Bro! Just throw me. Throw me far away. Ugh.
Somebody has like decent cloud here. Bomber has the SSD.
Out of ammo.
Requesting air support.
Bye bye.
Dropping package.
Oh, super credits. It's fucking everywhere. Only 10 there. Dude, I can't melee anything because I all have the acid.
Calling down a support weapon. I'm on it!
Tagging map, east, 200 meters.
Reloading!
Oh yeah, super credits.
Rare sample acquired. Sending enemy.
Fuck me. Can't just go
Nice, it's fucking guy. Let's fucking roll, brother.
Feels good. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Fire outpost! Calling in orbital strike.
Requesting sensor. Package acquired. Reloading.
No. Right. Whoever's got the LMG is a fucking idiot.
He's probably a Chinese player, bro, honestly.
Right, like.
Dropping package.
Res me.
Calling in reinforcements.
They can do ball titan.
Heavy. Northeast. Close. Democracy has landed. Backpack inbound.
Dude, I just fucking can't melee at all.
Calling down a support weapon.
It's probably the Chinese player fucking fragging everybody.
Bugs. Tactical asset near
Oh, we
your
got a safe artillery base here.
Package acquired.
Dropping package.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Just turn it on. Now, why do you put the fucking bit? Yeah.
Package acquired.
They're not even loading for me on my screen. That's kind of silly.
Dropping package.
Whoa.
Package acquired.
To the sky. I'm out. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Requesting orbital strike.
New mag.
Requesting orbital.
Fucking stalkers.
Liberty dispatched.
Calling down a support weapon.
How are you dying, bro?
Fucking they're just stalkers, man.
Reinforcing.
Reload.
That's barrage.
I need stems.
Calling.
Oh, what the fuck? Bro.
Dude, the fucking these things are crazy.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Reporting to the front.
back with investment.
Calling in orbital strike!
Calling down a sentry.
Fucking slut. Fuck off. Bro, like how are these? The range on this.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Join the fray. Requesting advanced No mag!
Bro, the shit's on the other side of the fucking map. Oh my cunts, these stalkers, bro.
Calling in reinforcements! How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Thank you.
Democracy
Dude, just
has
nade it,
landed.
nade it, nade it.
Requesting sentry.
Nobody collected the encrypted hard drive. You guys are... So these guys are fucking retarded.
Requesting orbital strike! Requesting orbital!
Deploying support weapon.
What the
Get some!
Heavy. Southeast. Close. Standing in an eagle.
Oh my god.
No mag!
One of you has to go collect the fucking...
I need help, bro.
Come to me. Oh my god, I'm getting artillery charged by the... Run, 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 run.
Got a sample. Package acquired.
Don't cover me.
Tagging location.
Are these guys doing fucking anything, right?
No, they're not. I'm like trying to get the SSD.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Heavy, north, 50 meters.
Dropping package.
Fuck.
Requesting air support.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a support weapon.
Found something.
Okay, don't shoot at me. I have the fucking lava. You gotta align the Go, I'll tell you when it's ready.
I'm on it.
Yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going. Insane. Stop.
Requesting tac pack.
Calling in reinforcements.
Reinforcement budget running low.
I'm out.
I don't know why you bother with fucking.
That's 50%
Requesting
done.
advanced weaponry.
Oh, I just called a fucking bug breach. I just threw an orbital strike. Back up, back up.
To the sky!
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Doing was quite. The fuck?
No way, what's behind me, bro?
Sending in an eagle.
Hit the terminal. Okay.
You have served
Alright, let's
democracy
bounce.
well. Extraction awaits.
The jump pad.
Yes, there's a resupply here. Do we need another one of the larval things, or is it only one? It's one, right?
I don't know, I'll double check.
Yeah, let's go double check first.
You get more. You should collect more than you get.
Not sure.
Activating jump pack.
I'm gonna get off after this.
Yeah, me too.
Is there another one?
Yeah, there's. So if I get one.
Yeah, I've got one and you got one, yeah. I'm gonna call it now.
Oh, well.
It's behind you.
Extraction is available.
Do you have another one?
Nah, I'm trying to find it. Does it look
Might
like
not exist. I might have the only one.
What? I'm at the spot, but I don't know what I'm.
No, it might just not go away unless we extract with it. But you got another one.
No,
Is that not?
I don't know.
Yeah. We should both be here, right?
Heavy. West.
Yeah, this is probably it, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Let's just bounce. Let's get the extraction.
Tagging map. Calling down a sentry.
Calling in extraction!
Marking location. Requesting orbital.
I'm out. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting orbital.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Tagging location.
Heavy. East. 50 meters.
Follow me.
I'm out.
Calling down supplies.
Follow me.
New mag.
Marking location. Southwest. Follow me.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Calling in reinforcements. Supplies. Follow me.
Thank you.
Follow me.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
No way, no way. Fuck off, bro. Oh my god. What are you doing, bro? You're not watching shit.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Useless.
HELLDIVERS never die!
What the fuck are these retards doing? I swear, bro.
I think they found a bunker.
Heavy. Northwest. 50 meters.
Yeah, how long do they need to jerk off over there?
I don't know.
Calling in reinforcements.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting
Oh, good
sentry.
job.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. For liberty! Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Lava.
What are you doing? Get in.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
boost.
One death. Let's
You
fucking
secured a
go.
lot of samples.
Okay.
Well done. Has left.
Come on, little bro. Get out there. Son of a... What?